I am ready for the end. I am willing to take whatever time it takes to make it through the end of the first game by tonight. So, before I make any promises, let's actually get through this first, and we'll see what happens for tomorrow. Oh boy, I am looking forward to the end of this game. I am ready for all the legal bullshit that's going to be thrown my way when I go after Alba. It's just, whew, man. I heard the rumors, and I'm ready for them.
Alright, here we go.
Take that!
Your time's coming soon, Ambassador Alba. Did you get yourself healed up?
Knuckle back!
Oh, you better throw out a good fucking name. Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Sheena. Lang Z says the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was the second's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma. What the fuck? Yeah, like, this is the first time I was sticking up to Francisco. Like, what the hell, man? And also at the same time, she ain't fucking backing down. I like that about her.
Hold it!
Please let the possibility.
Objection! Objection!
Damn! Lang just fucking stopped the whip. That's a first. Holy shit.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Not so fast! Hold it! Objection! Objection!
Okay, and also to be fair too, like, I'm at a disadvantage doing this between multiple days because I'm kind of losing my memory about what had happened over over my playtime.
Objection!
But right, if the statues are fucking swapped, then it's definitely not just that one statue and the knife, it is the other statue too.
Objection!
Oh, you accused me, Agent Lane, of being a defense attorney this time around.
Objection! Take that! Take that!
Okay, I was having trouble for a moment. I didn't know. It was like, okay, was it this sort of thing? But nah. It definitely had to have been the statue. Lol.
Not so fast! Hold it!
So there's obviously nothing for me to contradict her on, so... Francisca's got no way to lie, and she's sharp as a tack. There's nothing I can use against her, as much as I would love to. Hang on a sec. Alright, I'm back.
Hold it!
Hey, you don't get to make that request. Whatever.
Hold it!
And she didn't whip him once.
Objection!
Yep, stop right there.
Take that! Eureka!
Hit the wrong button again. I'll let this one go.
Eureka! Eureka!
Hit the wrong fucking button again. No, I know exactly what happened. Like Edgeworth says, these statues flew, but not on a wing, but rather this big ass fucking wire.
Objection! Eureka!
It's gotta be the wire, but however, I might need to press.
Not so fast! Hold it! Hold it! Objection!
There we go.
Not so fast! Objection! Not so fast! Objection!
Not there to stop the whip this time, huh?
Take that!
I'm not an idiot, especially considering that manual labor would have had to have been done otherwise. Yeah, I think it's finally time. A single point of the finger here in this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is.
Take that!
This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all of this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person had very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Kirkus Alba. Identified. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? Yes. I'm certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand you need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence.
Take that! Not so fast!
Oops. It's the other statue. Never mind.
Not so fast!
The only other thing would have to have been the flowers.
Take that! Not so fast!
No. The only other thing that I can think of is... Oh. Ooh.
Take that!
You. No? But like, was that the fucking... Alright, never mind. Why the fuck do we still have that thing anyways?
Take that!
And I didn't think it'd be relevant, though, like...
Take that! Not so fast!
Come on, man. We're almost there to actually, like, identifying this fucker.
Take that!
I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been in the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Prima statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primadou himself? Son of a bitch. I hardly refuse to believe an old man such as him would be able to use a statue as the murder weapon. However, if he's as spry as I believe he is, Very good, Lang.
Objection!
Oh, I'm ready for this guy.
Objection!
If this is all you got, this is gonna be one boring show. And we're not in court now. The prey to Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time, now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me.
Take that! Take that!
Whoops. That was a red herring.
Take that!
Hmm. Come on, Alba. Reveal yourself. There we go. Come on, asshole. You think you can swirl that badge around? Like, look, you're literally playing with that shit. This little prick. No, no, I don't believe it's gonna be that fucking easy. Hmm. Bullshit. In my trials, no man escapes this crime alive. We're not in court right now. We're in an embassy, and he's in control. Oh, of course it has, being the fucking ambassador. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back.
Eureka!
Hmm. Hmm. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Bingo. Alright, like I said, I'm back. Got snacks.
Eureka! 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 Eureka!
What the fuck, man?
Eureka!
I got you now. Alright, you got me there. That was clever.
Take that! Eureka! Take that! Take that!
Objection!
Wow, that's actually very touching. You little dick.
Objection!
Is this really the very last chance we have to bring him down? Or sorry, this is really the last chance we have to bring him down. I won't even allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Let's do this. Frankly, I still don't understand why I am being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was an alibis the whole time. So, it is simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babel. That is my alibi. So, that is your alibi? Okay.
Hold it!
Excuse me.
Hold it! Objection! Hold it! Hold it!
They didn't have a trusting relationship.
Hold it!
Objection!
Objection! Objection! Objection! Hold it!
So what's interesting about this is that it wasn't Alba's hands on the weapon that killed the Master Second. It was Mr. Cochin's, and that part we still have yet to solve.
Objection! Hold it! Objection!
Hmm. Objection! Hmm.
Objection!
Oh.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
If semantics are all he's got, then this is going to be one boring show. Mug prick. So, you play that fucking card on me, huh? I should have known better than to think that he wouldn't pull that fucking card.
Objection!
I didn't even hit the right evidence anyways.
Objection!
Bingo.
Objection!
Like hell you are.
Objection! Not so fast!
Lang.
Not so fast!
Don't be pulling that shit on me.
Not so fast! Objection!
Oh, I already know the answer to that. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babel. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
Not so fast!
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? That's if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy. And get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony.
Hold it!
Well, if he's not the ambassador anymore, then I shouldn't have to worry.
Objection! Not so fast!
I've had enough of this game.
Objection!
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the push cart. Do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the push cart.
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that? It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Kochin's body. He had the steel samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene. What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now, it is but a hypothesis. However, if you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. Sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Gummy? Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open-air stage area. So that's where you went. The detective spirit that Pops left me with, I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, detective. I'm sensing a pattern here, but again, this is only part 2. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart? I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, detective. Yes, sir. Obvious. So, are you having fun yet, ex-ambassador Alba? I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Alabast. What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babel. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast. No! If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win. But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast. Miles Edgeworth, Have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means... there is no question that can't be answered, right? The Primadou statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the steel samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of the mask too. Sorry, the second. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What? You. Is not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you?
Objection!
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like.
Hold it!
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest. Wow, so you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? You didn't need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech.
Hold it!
That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up. A most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the rose garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You. What's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything? Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the rose garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well...
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however... Upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Mask Man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was Damas II. Who cares about what he was called? By the time he got to the Primadou statue he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Miss Von Kalma is really letting her wet fly now. I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved up a ball? Sir? Mr. Edgeworth? Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? Is this the end? Nope. It appears that we made it just in time. You gotta be fucking kidding me. It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. Evil magistrate, it is time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai? No, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, merry man of Neo Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Edgy Poo! No! The two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry! What are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my... Go away. How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us? Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey. Is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? You know, I really should have taken a screenshot of the go away comment. That would have been fucking awesome. Oh yeah. I found him in the ball, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in the ball. And he found it in a pool? I don't recall there being one in the ball. Oh, that! Well, I was in Alabas the whole time. So I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in the ball. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in...
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries? Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of the pool? This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route that the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabas to Babal is... Ah, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir? Here is a location on which we need to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine.
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time. You will stay here with us and wait. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the rose garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there's also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babalese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast. Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool, it was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Objection!
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
The proof is right here before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant. What? This blasted doll! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey, don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to this hero Justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kinda unlikely that the body just happened to have passed through the Babal. This guy's a doll, and he is small, so I can't believe he made it. He has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang? Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He's realized the flaw in my argument, and it's helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing, Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember? You mean Sheena, right? With her there, you could see how it was possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right. Sheena would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Sheena was in Babal? Ooh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. Get rid of the water. Aha, that's it. Now, I believe this time we really are done, right? Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba. You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me? The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
Take that!
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border. So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected? Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. Lloyd would love this guy. I haven't lost yet. I found the route you use to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are these pools anyway? I'll have you know those pools were extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down the pool at will. Oh, looks like you got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body was, and her can move up and down in the pool.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking. He used the fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babalese side and the firefighting effort, these were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. And then he took the push cart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cochin's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babel. And then she made for the open-air stages pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabas into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body out to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, Even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you?
Objection!
You accused me of moving the body across country lines, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you won't have what it takes to indict me. The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? He wants proof? What are we gonna do, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to worry. I have all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pools connecting to the pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to the Babal's open-air stage area.
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babalese side will be your undoing. A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you down, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to.
Take that!
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now, let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot. It's a perfect fit! I assume that the petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder, and then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body.
Objection!
That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Objection!
Oh, I assure you, it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the Babalese side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pools on through to Babel. The people of Shangfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
Objection!
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy is ever going to admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with are people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. Things are going flawless now. Alba, you disappoint me. Mr. Alba, oh. As if there's anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did there at the Theatrum Neutralis. Very well, I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. This is it. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. So, you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, I was pretty cool out there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who was cool. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy, who is she? Who is this super cute girl? She's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her? Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yes, okay, I'm Larry Butts! Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle, you got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there. Now that's the thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear, I will finish the job. This really is the endgame. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies.
Hold it!
The last row. I should think that an ambassador would have had special seating reserved. I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well, so I gave up all of the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see them. Hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the Pink Princess here. My dear madam, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again. Oh my, well aren't you the considerate person when you want to be? But this young butterfly is on the side of Edgy Poo, so you could spare me the flirtatious come-ons. Wow, he's completely frozen. In frustration, perhaps, I dare say she could be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you accurately prove to us that you were watching the show?
Hold it!
Are you admitting then that you have no way of proving to us that you were watching?
Objection!
Quiet. You buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. Ah. I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. While it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience... okay.
Hold it!
Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice? Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well, and that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever. Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. Yes, and today was the first time this showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how can I answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me. One of the scenes was of his never-before-seen early summer rain jab move.
Hold it!
Early summer rain jab was a move that was to be unveiled today. And because I saw that brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi. How sad. The only way he got to protect himself is that he watched the Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left. Yes, and to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there will be no escape for him. Yeah, we'll find a way to bring him to justice. Now then, let us continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba. Very well. The Steel Samurai special move and the various other scenes.
Hold it!
I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you committed. What? Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed. You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you? Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all. Yet allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more. Hey then, that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh? Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then, yes. And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang. Kay and myself were also in the audience of the Steel Samurai stage show. He's got nothing on the Jammin' Ninja, but he was still cool enough, I guess. Wasn't my brand new new special finishing move totally rad? No, don't tell me. It was you who thought up that special move. Yep. Now, what was it again? Extremely silly rain jab. Was that it? No, wait, it was subtle breaking chop. No, that doesn't sound quite right. How could you forget a move you came up with? Final piece to Mr. Alba's alibi is that he was watching the Steel Samurai show. However, if he was busy killing Mr. Kochin, he should not have had time to do so. I have to contradict that somehow. I can't believe this is probably going to be the last one.
Hold it! Objection!
You put on a good fucking show, Kirkus Alba, but it's over for you. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking me the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. The samurai spear, what about it? This spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bit the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Hey, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Correct, because he couldn't use the spear. A last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Kirkus Alba? You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? So, if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Cochin instead. So, where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Just what is so funny? You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched the show, or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? Ah, you see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assumed that was when the dramatic scene was played out on stage. That has to be the lousiest, lamest excuses I've ever heard in my life, pal. Just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show. Honest. As a Steel Samurai fan? For someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever. Who now? It would be I, young lady. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Gee, please, hold on for a sec, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Simaniac. What exactly is a Steel Simaniac, pal? I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai.
Objection!
I will never acknowledge you as a true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up for, Mr. Edgeworth? It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan, as well as he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart. The sarcasm dripping from his long lit nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Cochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I am honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how'd you find out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you just say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I had already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff hadn't even heard of the move.
Objection!
Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Objection!
Mr. Alba, I believe you're the one who should be quiet now. It's you. How dare you? I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. Ha, so now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Knuckle back!
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Kirkus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out about the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Kirkus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. I'm pretty sure he had to have seen it. Because again, that would indicate that he was at a different location. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means that Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right? But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to the Cochin's murder.
Take that!
Damn it! I was doing flawlessly too, and I had to trip up there.
Take that!
No, that wasn't it. What the fuck was it then?
Take that! Take that!
The push cart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the push cart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there, along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabas along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Oh, but wait. What if, and this is just a what if the murder took place right in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie. The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then too. Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Kirkus Alba, during the show you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it. I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest!
Objection!
Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk, still trying to get out of this? Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you could do to stop him? I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dresser room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there. I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. Ooh, and if we use the little thief, we may even learn something from a recreation. We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie, how could you? I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else. And they found nothing? There's only one thing I could say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. And if there was no info to feed into Little Feet, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us? It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Who is it this time? Hold it right there, you whippersnappers. First Larry, and now you? What's it with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up, because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing? From you? It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. Ah, my special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? It's this. It's a box of those samurai dogs, right? Yeah, so Edgy Poo. Here, go on and eat one and you'll feel right as rain. Are we through here? Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo! Tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. A thought occurs to me that maybe it would be good if I... One at a time. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and made sure you were so nice and full. One day, it's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, isn't it the desire of every woman to make sure that their beloved never goes hungry? And that's what I wanted to experience. I'll tell you one thing though, a long time ago, they used to say that I could make the most delicious meal out of any ingredient you threw in front of me. Oh, I was a star in the kitchen back then, and I was... Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her? There's no power on earth that can force that woman into silence. But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad. Wait, a special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it? I never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled, or sorry, on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs are piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there is no such thing as a Hinomaru dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun may just be what we need to point us in the right direction. A present. Oh. To pile them all onto the push cart just to move them. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. Final one, let's do this. Fuck it, I can afford it. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Yep. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. That which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing the samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Windy Old Bag. I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Edgy poo. Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good. Ha! You're bluffing. Oh-ho! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the things we need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs that's gonna put the old man away? The trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course. This box of samurai dogs with the Hinamaru fan on it. This should have never existed. So, I want you to all take a look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh? What? What did you say? Agent Lang, I like this blood analyzed post-haste. I gotta admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab, pronto. But why was there blood in that box to begin with? If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with a push cart, correct? Yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart. If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there, because embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal, I received it from myself. Kirkus Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part. Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however. How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this? Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Kochin, then what? Heh. So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. And you say that like it means something. Huh? Excuse me, sirs. Report! What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this, Kirkus Alba. Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Your question? The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Kochin's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room. But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it? He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. Then, this evidence, it's meaningless? That can't be. We're so close, sir. I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. I can't think of a single thing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on. Who was that? It's too late! I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal! And it wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me either. It was me. Why did you... because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more? What? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned? It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood. No! What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Oh, I got something. Neither do I. My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood job proves something to be true, alright. Namely, my words. And which one of your words would that be? The ones where I said that your words were meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder of an investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy? What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible. Damn it! Have we been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Marcus Alba, you bastard! Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you and you have your answers. Now, let me through. Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me. Someday, I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me working to see to it that that day comes. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is this blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Turn it around. That's it! I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood this is, it's whose blood could get onto a box like this. And if I think about it that way... If blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there's only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from the center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the night dark sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now, or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful? How so? Marcus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Ha, mere words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what do you think it means, Kay? We had already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence. Hey, Earth the Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. But we know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you are already aware of what I mean. Then you know who the blood belongs to. Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. Now, Albus Kirka, I will put you down.
Take that!
The blood of the Red Sun on this box belongs to you, Kirkus Alba. Why is his blood on this box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim. The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded onto the pushcart. At that time, only 2 people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim, then there's only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. But Mr. Cochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? What if during the murder Mr. Cochin had fought back? You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. Again, Kirkus Alba, time for me to put you down.
Take that!
It's been fun, but the show's over now.
Objection! Objection! Not so fast! Take that!
You had that on you the whole time. It is over. You were fun while it lasted, Kirkus Alba, but it's all over now.
Objection!
That was a hell of a fight he put up. I can kind of understand why. However, it wasn't as difficult as, say, the third case. Sorry, not the third case. The final case of Game 3, Trials and Tribulations. He put on a hell of a fight, though. I will give him that. Besides, I took down not only other prosecutors, but I also took down the fucking queen of another country. Like some bitch-ass ambassador is going to stop me there. Now. I'll let the credits roll. Aw, don't tell me Mr. Edgeworth is camera shy. We're gonna start with that tomorrow, but tonight I am done. Hell of a game. Definitely can't wait to see the English localization of the second game for the first time. So, it's been a hell of a ride, but I finally took down Alba. So, yeah, that's how. So, here's how the weekend's gonna go. We're pretty much gonna be going full force on Ace Attorney Investigations 2. And after that, I will decide whether or not to either keep the chain going with another selected game. I'm going to have to burn another pass of mine, or we're just going to roll RNG for something else. We'll see what happens, though. Regardless, we still got to get through the second game, and that's also going to take a lot of time. So, with this all being said, y'all have a good one, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Later.